Move it.
Second.
I don't know that we have to move anything. We don't really have an agenda. All right. So I'm just going to call it to order and turn it over to the superintendent. This is the public hearing for the safety plan.
Yes. All righty. Thank you, Ms. Griffin. Can everybody hear me well? I hope. I'm going to move over to the presentation piece here. Let's see if it's being cooperative. There we go. Hide. So from beginning. So what I did was I turned it on our website. We've had posted the Fulton City School District district-wide safety plan that's been posted. Actually, I believe today might be the 30th day, but I can check that. But we're getting very close to the 30th day. You'll be ratifying this plan at a future board meeting. So what I did was, although the plan is on there, I turned it into a very more of a, there's a lot of verbiage, obviously, in the Word document, which is there with more of the specifics. So what I've done is placed key points into a PowerPoint. So today is the district-wide school safety plan, the public forum that you're required by law, and it's 5:30 on June 23rd, 2020. The references for people, they're both on our board docs as well. We added the FCSD pandemic response plan. Is also, it's referenced in the district-wide safety plan, so that is now on board docs as well. Not required as far as for this report for ratification, but it is referenced in that, so I wanted to include that. That's a 46-page document with respect to pandemics. Why are we doing this? Districts are required to develop our safety plan. It's designed to prevent or minimize the effects of serious violent incidents and emergencies and to facilitate the coordination of the district with local and county resources in the event of such incidents or emergencies. It's also aligned with the Safe Schools Act, been around for a while, the SAVE laws. So that's also in response to that. So this is why this is a required plan. We've spent several years putting this plan together. It's evolved. It's updated annually, and copies are sent to the Fulton City Police, Fulton City Fire Department, Oswego County Sheriff, New York State Police, Volunteer Fire Department, Granby Fire Department, and Ambulance Services. So we make sure, and those are part of the required plans, and those tend to be our first responders. And then if there were other first responders coming in, obviously there would be coordination and sharing of that information. The general guidelines, it aligns with Commissioner's Regulation 155.17. We do have a district-wide school safety team, and the school-wide safety team is charged with developing and maintaining our safety plan. And I think we're getting better and better at this. It will be a part of our conversations, and thank you to Mr. Crump, who sees that plan. I see he's online as well, so he's listening in this evening to make sure that I share this correctly. And that's what we're doing. I think our plan is to also really work on improving and expanding our teams at each of the schools and also our comprehensive district-wide team. And I think in response to all the pandemic that we're dealing with COVID-19, the time is just perfect to be able to tighten up everything that we're doing. So the team has board reps, it has administrators, teachers, staff. Students can be, although they can't be privy to the very specifics, some of the internal kinds of things that are associated with very confidential types of information that we wouldn't want to have out there. Union representation, which is when we have members are there, they're represented in absentia, and then other personnel. So we have a lot of our custodians, things like that. So, and we also are working at Fulton Fire and Police. We've had some inconsistent participation, so we're working on that as well. We review it periodically through the year. The required annual review will actually be completed on or before October 1st each year. So we'll be doing that. Its adoption is in accordance with the July NICED, so we will be bringing that forward at the July reorg meeting, pursuant to the regulations, which I already talked about. This is the public hearing, which provides participation. At the end, there is the information to contact me through the phone number, 315-593-5511, and also with respect to my email is also on there, and anybody can email or call and we'll address any questions that come forward, and we can post those on the website in an FAQ as well if we receive any. What we'll be doing is, so this is our public hearing, then as I said, we'll be following this up with a formal resolution in accordance with 155.17C3. What's in our plan? It's really focused on risk, re-education, prevention, and intervention. We have community resources. We work very closely with our local and county municipalities with respect to information, training, and resources. An example of that would be in the summer, last summer, actually, we did a training over at Fairgrave that was coordinated by our city police. Here in Fulton, we also worked with some county agencies as part of that. We did a tabletop exercise, and we went through the National Incident Command process. So it was a great experience. We need to continue to do those in an effort to prepare ourselves to the best of our ability and to identify both our strengths and our weaknesses. We have a school resource officers that we work with. We've had a great partnership with Fulton Police Department, and we will also, with the new chief and new mayor, will actually be going and updating our memorandum of understanding in the coming weeks as well. So we'll continue to do that, and I think it's a great opportunity as we have new administration at a number of levels. So it's a great opportunity for us to put the lens back on and really to further strengthen our partnership with the City of Fulton and the Fulton Police Department. Program initiatives, this is just a few, and I think it's one of our strengths here in the Fulton City School Districts. We focus on a lot of activities and programs here that focus to improve communication among students and between students and staff, to improve early detection of potentially violent behaviors and reporting potentially violent incidents, including but not limited to. And so we've got our PBIS, or our positive behavior intervention supports, our trauma sensitive school framework. If you look at some of just the different organizations that are out there, national organizations, trauma sensitive practices tend to be a common need expressed by school districts, and really work around those areas to help improve the toolboxes and the skill sets of staff and administration working with our students to further improve our schools. And the best prevention and protection in our schools is actually communication and letting us know what's going on. That level of comfortability and access to ways that are both anonymous as well as available at all times is really important. And that has really helped us in a lot of occasions where we're provided information, we can act upon that information, and every piece of information is important. We also do all of our SEL work, or our social emotional learning work that we're doing in alignment with our benchmarks. We have community schools here in our school district. We have the Dignity for All Students Act, the training and the instruction that we do, our systems of support. I'd put us up against anybody. I think we have very strong systems of support for our students and our staff. We have counseling. We're one of the few districts that has mental health counseling available in all of our schools full time. That was something that we did about 3 years ago. I think it's made a huge impact. It's never enough. We have a lot of our kids are facing a lot of different challenges. And so we want to provide a range of access points and opportunities for them. School-based mental health, which I just talked about, school-based community agencies, Project DARE, you name it. We seem to do a lot of things, and we have part of our plan, our strategic coherence plan, is actually with respect to family engagement. So we really have a strong emphasis in this area in our district, and I think it helps us be strong and hopefully safe as well. Training drills and exercises. We conduct all annual trainings in accordance with state ed regulations and other applicable laws. We have vital educational information. We have our school tool. The way our new systems are set up, we have ability to get that information as quickly as possible in the event of a situation. And we have Navigate Prepared, for example, that we're working with and implementing. And part of that, you actually have access to the attendance of your students, as well as information through School Tool and a lot of things. So we have very centralized information. And we're also able to link that to our local first responders as well, has the information with respect to our maps of schools. So as they're driving in, they can actually get visuals on what they may be coming into with respect to locations in the areas they pull in with their vehicles and response personnel. Implementation of school security. We have single points of entry. We have the Raptor systems in place. We go through our reference checks, all the fingerprinting since 2001 in accordance with SAVE legislation and the law. We do security training. We have our ID cards. We require that we wear those ID badges all the time. We do random searches periodically with police canine units when necessary. We also have our cameras, our interior and exterior. We're upgrading all of those cameras across the district. GRB is almost complete and others as well. That's a big part of our upgrades with respect to our capital improvement as well as our Small Schools Bond Act. Single point of entries we're working on through our capital improvement project to further strengthen those areas. Our buzzer entry systems and our visitor management system, which is our Raptor, which has really been a much easier lift and implementation than we had anticipated. We implemented that beginning September 16th in 2019. Early detection of potentially violent behaviors. We focus on our training is always looking at early warning and timely response, threats assessments, early detection of potentially violent behaviors, safety and security training. This is all going to be is part of what we do, and we can always get better at what we're doing and exploring opportunities to provide further training and resources for our staff and students and community. Early detection of potentially violent, whoops, it didn't spin over there for me. Response, notification, and activation. That's all of our internal and external communications that are identified in the plan, as well as it aligns nicely with our district communication plan, which has been designed out of our strategic coherence plan. And that was shared with the Board of Education at a board meeting, I believe, in February. And we actually even had a meeting today to discuss the website upgrades and how we're going to be using that. And there's going to be a series of different types of communication modes that will also link directly to that website and allow us to do even further enhanced and more efficient communication to all of our stakeholders. Emergency response, I alluded to earlier in the presentation with respect to our incident command team. We utilize nationally recognized incident command system. That was part of our training that we did last year. That's part of the ICT training, and that's aligned with FEMA. So that's FEMA's training that we utilize here in this district. And we've been using this in a number of years here in our district. Different kinds of situation responses that we address are multi-hazard, like multiple things going on at the same time, natural hazards, floods, things like that, technological or biological hazards, adversarial, incidental, or human-caused threats, pandemic threats, which is new. Recovery district resources will support the building emergency response team and the post-incident response team. So once an incident is occurring, the external emergency response teams take over, and then we work in collaboration very closely with them. And then we work closely with our agencies, such as insurance companies, things like that, to make sure that we're going through the recovery process. So it's not only the situational response, but then how do you recover and how do you bring everybody back together at the end or conclusion of the event. And then finally, there's a series of appendices, documents, the National Incident Management System, Incident Command System information, the shell cards, which are cards in every classroom. And if I could show you two things at once, I could hold them up. But there are a series of laminated cards that specifically describe types of hazards that might be associated with a shelter in place. Then announcements that would be done by administration, protocol for classroom teachers. These sheets are in all of our classrooms in the district and in the offices. They are in 8x11 sheets that are laminated in all of our buildings and classrooms. They're near the door in every classroom, so subs or anybody else can have that. And we utilize those for trainings as well. So we might be doing a shelter in place drill or a hold in place drill or an evacuation drill or a lockout or a lockdown. So there's a series of those things, and when they're easily referenced as part of that. Reporting threats, the contact numbers, things like that, who we'd be contacting, the DASA or Dignity for All Students Act information, and the processes that go along with that. The memorandum of understanding with our local police department, although that is not a public document, it can be accessed and read through appointment. That is the, because you don't want the information about where specifically your SERP officer or your school or resource officer may be located. Our Appendix 6 is our district-owned vehicle inventory. It includes our buses, all of the other kinds of things that may be available in the event of an emergency. And then the Student Code of Conduct will actually, you'll hear the update this evening at the board meeting. and that'll be ratified at the reorg meeting annually. That's part of the reorg meeting that we update our code of conduct, that it's accepted, and then it is included in in each of our schools in their handbooks and things like that, that we distribute. And then finally, if you have any questions, you can contact Brian Polvino, the superintendent here in the Fulton City School District. My number is 315-593-5511. My email is bpolvino@fulton.cnyric or cinyric.org. And thank you. And if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to me. Presentation of the Fulton City School District Emergency Response Plan or School Safety Plan. Thank you.
Brian? Questions? Okay. Then I guess we can close this meeting. I move to close the meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, we raise our hands, and we're closing the meeting, Mrs. Perry.
Thank you.
Thank you. order.
Move it.
Would someone move item 1.02?
Move it.
Second.
Discussion? I am a yes.
Brenda, you're next.
Okay, Mrs. Lyons,
Oh, maybe not.
can you hear me? Lynn?
Yes. All
Okay,
right.
Mrs. Cooper?
Get it.
Yes. Mr. Crandall?
Yes.
Mr. DeJalorme?
Yes.
Mr. Cordone?
Yes.
Mrs. Albagor?
Yes.
Thank you. The public forum portion of our meeting, while we're doing online meeting, has changed. We still are interested in people's questions or thoughts. And if you wish to share, please call 315-593-5511 or email clerk@fulton.cnyric.org. If that was too fast for you, you may go to the district webpage under Board of Education questions and inquiries, and you'll find that information. And we look forward to any comments or thoughts you may have. Would someone move item 1.04?
Move it.
Second.
Discussion? Mrs. Perry, I'm a yes.
All right. Mrs. Lyons?
Yes.
Mrs. Cooper?
Yes.
Mr. Crandall?
Yes.
Mr. DeJalorme?
Yes.
Mr. Cordone?
Yes.
Mrs. Albagor?
Yes.
Are there any questions under President's report? Upcoming meetings?
Robin?
Yes.
We have 104 and 105, 2 sets of minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Would someone move item number 1.05?
Move it.
Second.
Any discussion? I'm a yes, Mrs. Perry.
Mrs. Lyons?
Yes.
Mrs. Cooper?
I'm a yes.
Mr. Crandall?
Yes.
Mr. DeJalorme?
Yes.
Mr. Cordone?
Yes.
Mrs. Albagor?
Yes.
Okay, so you get another shot at this. Are there any questions regarding the upcoming meeting schedule?
Nothing about the meetings, but now that we know who the board members are going to be, will we be able to let Mrs. Perry know to make reservations for convention? I know that NISBA's kind of looking for some confirmation from boards, from what I'm hearing.
Right, they sent out an email today. I would expect everyone got it, asking whether you were going to attend or not.
Do we need to do that here at some point to kind of get a feel?
Well, the rooms are handled. It's a matter of when Mrs. Perry wants to hear from you, but the rooms are under control, right, Nick?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
8 of them, right, Gene?
You know what, Nick? I can't remember, but I'll double check.
I got 8. I remember telling her I wanted 8.
Okay.
You did get me the penthouse, right?
Oh, Tim, always.
There's
Okay.
a closet in the lobby, Tim.
Probably.
Okay.
As long as it's a comfortable couch.
So I just want to take a moment here and I want to double check, is Rebecca with us?
Mhm.
She was.
Yeah, I'm here.
There you are. So it's important that I know you're here, Becca, because I want to take a moment, being that this is your last meeting, and on behalf of the board, I want to thank you for your service, not only to your fellow students, but I want to thank you for how well you served the community as a student representative to this board. And you've been dedicated, making it to the meetings and doing homework. That's greatly appreciated, Becca. I couldn't be more proud to have to be able to say you are our first. You did it with style, and just a heartfelt thanks. And I believe at some point you will get, I don't know if it'll mean a lot, but we will be forwarding you a certificate of appreciation for your service with us. I'm sorry we can't be together, but great big air hugs to you, Becca. And I wish you well in your future endeavors, and don't be shy about letting us know how you're doing.
Of course.
And you did a great job setting
Thank
the bar for anybody that follows.
Thank you.
Yep. Anyone else want to share a word now or not? I mean, this is kind of special, so I didn't want to hold it to the end because I think it's rather special, and I wanted to make it special and put you at the beginning of the meeting, Becca.
I appreciate everything you brought to the table.
We are certainly going to miss you, your spunk, all your questions. I love mostly when you would tell us you didn't like what we were saying. You made us think on a different level, and I can't thank you enough for that. So I'm so glad that you stepped up and were part of our committee. Thanks, Becca.
And going back and talking with your peers and letting them know how instrumental that their voice is in these meetings, that we can hear everything and get that feedback and listen to them. And it's the only way to improve our district. So Becca, we love you and we appreciate you.
Okay. Well, Becca, it's I hope this meeting will be as interesting as you've made all of them thus far. No pressure. Absolutely no pressure. Oh, but before I forget, I have to ask, is my flavor of ice cream in yet?
Which one?
It's the Kahlua almond amaretto. Anyhow, just teasing, Becca. But thank you. I know you work real hard.
We definitely had it at one point.
I missed it. All right. So now we're going to move on to superintendent's report. Mr. Polvino, it's all yours.
Thank you. And thank you, Becca, for serving. It's kind of neat. You and I kind of connected early on when I first started here, and it's really neat that in your senior year, you became our Board of Education representative. So thank you. You've done a fantastic job. Our first report this evening is our PD plan update. We'll get right into it. That's our annual plan that we present to the board. And I believe that's going to be Ms. Connors and Mr. Carroll, correct? Thank you.
Actually, this one's just going to be Mrs. Connors later, Mr. Carroll, but I want you to know, everybody, that I'm really teeing Dan up for his success. Because if you went in board docs, you see that I messed up my PD plan that was delivered to you because it was only 2 pages. And when I went back, it's not really merged really well either. So I'm really setting Dan up to look good. So I am going to look at his, see, he's giving me the 2 thumbs up. And Mr. Crandall, I promise it'll be quick tonight.
Oh, thank you. Go out with style.
Exactly. If you're going to do it, you got to do it right. So what I'm going to do right now is take you through a slideshow about the professional development plan. And again, this is an annual plan that you approve at the reorg meeting. We have a committee that comes together. We meet about 5 times a year, 4 to 5 times a year, to focus on professional development for the Fulton City School District. You can see these were the people who were on it this past year. Mr. DeRoshi will no longer be on it, and Carrie Phillips will be back on it. She's been with us before. So again, this is our team. We have veteran teachers, new teachers, TAs. It's really a great bunch. So we really look at 5 phases of professional development. And here you can see building a knowledge base, observing models and examples, reflecting on your practice, refining your practice, gaining and sharing expertise. And through the use of our instructional coaches, in particular this year, during the 1920 year, we were able to do coaching cycles following the Marzano model, which really helped our teachers to succeed in their classrooms. So I would be remiss if I didn't mention that we were able to do these 5 phases really well this past year because of the work of our instructional coaches. As we're moving ahead and we've reduced our instructional coaches, we still believe that they will be a key piece of our PD program. So our professional development beliefs, you hear this word again and again, and we've had this in our PD plan. These beliefs have been in for a long time now, probably a good 10 years. But we really believe it has to be coherent with what we're focused on. It has to be comprehensive. We don't want to do just that one shot in the arm PD. We want it to have meaning, much like our OCLI literacy initiative. We need it to be developmental where the needs of our staff are, differentiated, diverse, responsive to needs, and I'm going to talk about that in a second when I talk about technology PD, and results oriented. And systemic as it goes through our organization to have that positive ripple impact. Everything we do is focused on our strategic coherence plan. And again, in the 1920 school year, here were some of the areas we focused on under each area. And we're going to continue to focus on these areas because, again, when we went through the COVID-19 closure, we had PD that was scheduled that we were no longer able to provide in the format that we were accustomed to. We have done some online. The letters training has now gone to a new platform, and we're able to do that as well for any teachers who are either joining us this year. Robin's always asking me, how do we make sure we onboard our people? So we will be able to do that. But it caused us to take a pause and say, what do our teachers need right now? And what our teachers needed was us to support them through SEL as we move to a new time of learning, and also how to use the digital platform. So again, we always focus on our student learning at the center, but much of our PD focuses on our instructional practices, and that's, again, part of our strategic coherence plan, and that's the piece that Mr. Carroll oversees so nicely. Our assessments, we're constantly coming back and looking at how we're assessing kids, and again, COVID-19 has caused us to really pause and look at what does assessment look like. And then curriculum. You'll hear me talk about in a few minutes about the next gen standards and the work that we need to continue around that. So again, Mr. Greer, I got to do a shout out at his last meeting, because if it were not for him, we would not be recognized as a CTLE provider. And this is important for our teachers because we are now an approved sponsor. So their CTLE work that they do within our district can go towards requirements that they have through commissioner's regulations. And again, that tells you just a little bit about the continuing teacher and leader education and what's required for our staff. Again, there are options for our teachers for professional development. And one of the things, again, that we did during the closure was we offered Global PD, which is through Solution Tree. You've heard us talk about Solution Tree a lot over the years, but we were able to get all of our teachers into one of their mini classes so that they could go on and learn at their own pace while we were sorting out what is instruction going to look like. And Solution Tree supports our PLC model. They support RTI, many of the things that we're focused on. So our teachers will be able to continue that PD and to speak the same language. So again, that was exciting that we were able to jump into that right away. The piece that we really focused on for this PD plan, which is different from previous ones, is we really needed to look at our mentoring program for new teachers, and we needed to update that piece. So when you read through the PD plan, it's actually, I left it highlighted in red where it gets to the mentoring, because I wanted you to see that we made some changes along mentoring. And so again, our definition did not change, but just some of the nuances of how we appoint mentors, how we train our mentors, what happens with the protege each month, what they should be working on, how we're kind of supervising and holding people accountable to that, are all pieces of this. As we look to the future for PD recommendations, again, under COVID-19, we really need to look at our best practices and effective strategies for teaching in a digital environment. Mrs. Geithner and Mr. Carroll and Mrs. Witter are spending a lot of time this summer on multi-tiered system of supports, MTSS. You'll be hearing more about that from them as they embark on the 2021 school year. Next generation standards. Again, we're seeing a shift in our standards, but before we can get to that, we have to pause. And for this summer, we're going to be looking at what were the essential of the essentials that we expected kids to master when they were working through the digital platform, and how are we going to come back in September, no matter what format, whether we're in brick and mortar schools or we're through a digital system. And we need to discuss what are our kids going to need? What is it we expect our students to know and be able to do in September, and make some changes around that. So we have some questions to answer, and our PD will be generated from that. The next generation standards, I talked about balanced assessment, providing students with feedback. Again, in this digital time, how do we provide students with growth producing feedback? Again, our STEAM, we continue to talk about that. Our restorative practices, and then the new art and science of teaching, some work that we started this year that we will continue into the future. We continue to evaluate our program. And again, much of the evaluation is from our student, based on student learning. The annual report to the Board of Education on our look for list that Mr. Carroll presents. Our evidence of targeted outcomes in instructional and curricular practice. And then again, we look through things like APPR, Title I, school improvement plans, and we evaluate through those means, as well as our surveys that we do. So again, some of this year was a little different because of the COVID-19 closure, but the PD plan continues to guide us as we move into the next phase of what September will bring. One of the things that is new this summer, our teachers are entitled to 2 per diem days. And one of those days right now is we're going to be embarking on online learning for things such as Right to Know and DASA. And so we'll be rolling that out for our staff in the next couple weeks, and we'll be sure to give you an update on that so that you can get a little overview of what that is exactly for their training. We figured out today they have about 4 hours and 45 minutes of training that they will do on their own, and they will actually take an assessment at the end and get a certificate when they've completed it. Our second per diem day that teachers are entitled to, we have not rolled out yet. And part of that is because we're waiting to see what, as we get a little closer into September, what do we need to prepare our staff for? And then again, we will be doing curriculum work around what standards do our kids need to be not exposed to, but that we expect them to master in order to build that foundation of that house for them to go on to the next grade or the next content area. So it will be a busy summer again as we do this work. I want to do a little shout out to the board, because one of the things that you asked us to look at was training for our aides. And I'm happy to say that Liz Tiffany, our new Director of Student Support Services, really stepped it up in this area and put together modules of training for our aides. So we listened to what you said and we made sure that that happened. So again, I want to just thank you and for continuing to make suggestions to us. And we're continuing to listen to those.
Betsy, can I ask a question?
You can ask me tons of questions.
I only have one for
okay.
This. Can you explain a little bit for those who don't know? I know you talked about mentoring. Can you explain the difference a little bit between the mentoring, facilitators, and coaching, and how those are,
Great question, Fallon. Thank you for bringing that up. So the difference is a mentor teacher is a veteran teacher who is assigned to a new teacher during their first year, who helps them to become acclimated to the school, what our procedures are and our protocols, again, guides them to the curricular documents and kind of what the expectations are. Where our coach actually goes in and observes teachers teaching and provides them with feedback about an instructional strategy that they've agreed upon that they would like some feedback on. So that's more of that individual coaching to what's going on in the classroom, whereas the mentor really is about the Fulton City School District systems, our strategic coherence plan, how you get involved in committees, when report cards are due and how you access those, how you utilize school tool, all the stuff that we do. So that's kind of how that works.
And Betsy, the facilitator, Fallon also inquired about the facilitator role.
So a content area facilitator, I just want to clarify.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm sorry, I missed that in there. So the content area facilitators are assigned at each building. So like at the elementary building, each elementary building in the junior high has an ELA, a math, a science, and a social studies facilitator, as well as we have a LOPE facilitator for 7 through 12. We have a music facilitator, and I know I'm missing one. But anyways, what our facilitators focus on is really curricular work. Because again, when we bring together facilitators, we're focusing on a specific content area and updates around that content area. They may present at a faculty meeting around the next generation standards. They may present at a PLC about an aspect of curriculum, but it really is more content and curriculum based.
No, that's great. I just wanted to make sure we were highlighting how much we are supporting our teachers at all these different levels. So thank you.
And we also have, I would be remiss if I did not mention this. We also have a new teacher course that during their first year, all of our teachers engage in 36 hours of learning. And actually, that's where we do even some more in-depth onboarding around OCLI, around PBIS, around restorative practices, some of the things that are in our strategic coherence plan that we've already done that initial instruction in. That's where we do that with all of our new teachers. And that's run by 3 teachers as well, or instructional coaches.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
And I know the grant money covers coaches, correct?
Yes, Title I funds.
How do mentors and the facilitators, do they get a stipend or?
Facilitators get a stipend that is part of the general fund. Mentors, I'm able to cover some mentors through Title IIA, and I cover principal mentoring through Title IIA, and then whatever I am unable to cover, the general fund picks up.
Thank you.
Okay.
Betsy, can you tell a little bit about how you balance, the plan balances the attention that needs to be paid to the strategic coherence plan and respects teacher autonomy rather, and the need for differentiation? Because some of the feedback that I think we all have received, in the past year from staff, indicates from staff that while we were, and the reports all show that we're providing professional development, it seems to be missed by some. And I'm just wondering, there seems to be, I don't know, maybe a disconnect. And it's not for lack of planning, but how does the plan kind of balance that need to differentiate professional development for, all teachers in the system?
So I will tell you, with the new art and science of teaching, when we embarked on that work, first we did high reliability schools with our administrators. You may remember me talking about that. And then we embarked on the new art and science of teaching. We agreed and made a collective commitment that our teachers were going to receive that instruction in that. That did take away some of the autonomy and some of the ability to try some different things. What we did then, though, is we purchased the new art and science of teaching compendium, which allowed teachers then to pick a strategy that they wanted to focus on. There's 43 of them. They were able to pick one that they wanted to focus in on, and then the instructional coach assisted them with that. So we did in some ways tighten. There was some tight and there was some loose. So the tight was that you were going to embark on the new art and science of teaching, and that you were going to use the 43 areas outlined in the compendium. The loose was you got to pick which one you wanted to focus in on in there.
And in terms of our follow-up with staff after the PD, the professional development, how do we know we've hit the mark? And that our staff have, they've grown through our efforts to provide that opportunity for them.
Well, that was the piece we were really engaged in with our coaching cycles, because that's where we were really able to see that growth, and the coaches were able to share with us that growth. Also, when principals would go in and do walkthroughs, if you know, in the past few years, we've really focused in on our look-fors and our walkthroughs. So when we go in and see the strategies that we're teaching being utilized, we hear from kids on our student surveys. Again, we missed out on much of that student survey feedback this year because of that. But when we go in and see strategies being utilized, that's where we get that feedback.
And I just want to say that my feedback really is in support of streamlining our efforts to support our strategic plan, because at the end of the day, that it has to be what we're working toward. I just wanted to kind of hear how we tried to, be all things to the best of our ability.
Yeah, there were some times I had to say no to PD. They call me Bad News Betsy. But there are some times when I do have to say no. So.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to hit back real quick because I think it was our last meeting you mentioned, or the meeting before, those look-fors, you were able to do those even though we were online. Maybe not to the degree, but you were able to drop in.
That was done by building principals were able to drop in. And again, just to see things, again, not evaluative. I want to be very clear. Nothing was evaluative. And to give feedback, and just to share and to see what they were doing. A lot of our work around professional development now is really done in professional learning communities too, PLCs by our instructional coaches. And that's where they're able to create and differentiate what our teachers need. So, and that was evident during our time of COVID closure, that use of PLCs to deliver PD at an area where the teachers needed it in order to be successful in delivering instruction via technology was evident. And I really need to do a shout out to Dan Sherman and Levi Myers. Levi, who we have come in through City BOCES, but Dan Sherman, who is on our staff and has been an intern this year as well. They did an amazing job of putting together videos for our teachers and would also visit PLCs to share strategies.
And thank you for that. I know that we weren't doing things as normal, but we were still trying to interact as a group and trying to help. So yes, I think it's important to make sure that we recognize that.
Thank you. Great point. All right.
Okay. Thank you, Betsy. Great presentation. Pulling that together in an abbreviated form. I think it demonstrates all the coherence going on in the district right now. We've really focused on trying to pull everything back to that plan. And Mr. Cordone brought that up. Everything comes back to that central piece in every question. Even I really never thought about the fact those things that have been around for a long time, coherent was the first word. I never really thought about that, but it actually was there. So I think we're making strides in this area, and I think we're keeping center line, which is really important throughout this process. So thank you to the board for supporting that 5-year plan and the work that we're doing. And we'll always be, and these are the kinds of questions that allow us to really reflect on our work and making sure that we're keeping things as tight as possible. So with that, thank you. Our second presentation is the continuity of learning update. Is Mr. Carroll, is that what I heard, Ms. Connors, or both of you together, or Mr. Carroll will take over?
Mr. Carroll is still taking the stage.
All righty, thank you.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. As I share my screen, I also want to wish congratulations to Becca. Great job, Becca. Thank you for your voice on the board. And best of luck to you. Let's see. Tonight, we want to share with you a bit of little bit of review in relation to our continuity of learning obligations and efforts. Also bring you up to speed a bit on where we are as far as planning for the future, and share a bit at a high level of what we've learned in relation to this first experience with remote learning and pivoting to remote learning. First, really following Mr. Cordone's message in relation to coherence and relation to the strategic coherence plan, that really is at the basis of our conversations when we talk about our continuity of learning plans. We often talk in coach speak in relation to this with so many unknowns. It's so important for us to control the controllables. And whereas we might not know the details and the weeds, and which will be swimming when we come back to school in some way, we do know our commitment to our mission and our vision and those core values. And we're committed to making sure that those are the basis of all of our plans moving forward. So a bit of review in terms
Mr.
of what we... Yes.
Can I interrupt for a minute? Are you sharing your screen?
Oh, I thought I was.
No, you're not.
Let's see.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, thank you. You can never tell.
You are all set now.
Thank you.
Right now, Dan, it's a partial screen, just so you know.
So we have the full presentation now?
Still a small version. I'm not sure.
Oh, sorry. Let's see.
You are good.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So as I was saying, I want to first take you through a bit of review of where we've been to this point now that the dust is beginning to settle a little bit. Our first version of a continuity of learning plan was submitted to State Ed on March 19th. And within that first submission included plans pertaining to continuity of education, in other words, specific to our instructional plans, our child care plan for children of essential workers, and our child nutrition plan. We resubmitted an updated and more detailed version of that plan on May 4th, which we shared with the board. And we will submit our next plan. We are not sure when. What we know at this point is that two concurrent state-level task forces are working towards envisioning what a reopening of school will look like. One is a task force led by the State Education Department and the Board of Regents. They're holding regional sessions. This is called the Reopening Task Force. And another is in concert with Bill Gates and Governor Cuomo, and this is a more long-term visioning group called the Reimagining Education Task Force. What we do know is that the Board of Regents will meet on July 13th, and at that point they will review that reopening task force input and feedback, and we hope to receive some guidance on our reopening planning and guidance very, very soon after that. In those first submissions of the continuity of learning plan, we outlined our plans related to learning materials, communication, teacher-student interface, in other words, how our students would interact, primarily over Google Classroom in our case, our instruction, and technology access. Which brings us to the present. and which is really some time for reflection. This Thursday, actually, we'll be bringing together for the first time since the closure our principal and director group to really spend some time, spend a few hours debriefing over this whole experience. We've informally had many conversations. We've met over meetings such as this. We've gathered as much information as we can, and we'll begin getting really formal about that processing and synthesis this Thursday. What do we know so far about what we've learned about our learning at home experience? First, equity of access is an enormous challenge. That sounds rather obvious. It became really, a very palpable, tangible reality for us through this process. And of course, really on a national level also, as we're hearing, access to broadband and Wi-Fi being discussed in current election cycle. Next, we've learned that
point in terms of the challenge for access. I know that SCD recently had districts complete perhaps a survey, but the timeline was such that I don't think we could actually connect with our families to get fully accurate information. And so can you speak to that at all in terms of what we've had to submit to SCD?
Sure. The access survey that we needed to submit to SCD asked primarily about our capacity to distribute devices and Wi-Fi. In our case, we've done that through hotspots, internet hotspots. We have, over the course of our 3 months of this exercise, we have gathered a lot of data on our individual families as a function of the request process for the devices and the hotspots. So we have an accurate count of how many student loan devices each family has and what need they have expressed. What we've submitted so far to the state, really, our interpretation was a survey of districts statewide capacity and volume of devices. Our sense is that the state wanted an understanding of, we imagine from a funding standpoint, what is going to be needed to be able to provide access to all.
I think some of the other questions that they were looking for was families that needed more than one device, families that had weak signals, internet signals perhaps, or access. And I can speak to, my own family situation, which would be where, if I was working from home and I had 2 high schoolers on the internet, we were losing connection, one or more of us at a time. So I'm just wondering how we're able to, and if we can give the state that feedback that, the data that we're providing them really was a tight timeline, and without actually inquiring of our families, their connectivity challenges. We know we did the best we could do in providing as a district the devices, but in terms of their actual ability to connect to the internet, I'm just wondering if we can give some feedback to SCD in that, and with reference to that survey, that we needed more time to gather that data from our families.
Dave, what I can say for a minute is that I know that we have a small cities call next week with the commissioner, and we can make sure that we bring this up while we have their undivided attention, that this is an area of concern that we have, and that we need to give our families more time and more avenues to provide us with that feedback.
And I know that, from what I recall from the other reports prior to this one, that, we were providing, paper versions of things. And, you know, one of the questions on the survey was, you know, do you have connection? And, you know, how do you ask your families that, you know, via the internet? If they don't have a connection, they're not going to be able to respond. I can't, you know, it's like asking, you know, a question that they can't answer because they're not connected.
But what I can say that we did is because we got everyone in the high school on, we wouldn't have the low connectivity, but we do have pretty accurate numbers at the high school and junior high and elementary because of the number of families that still needed packets when we made individual calls or when our school home liaisons made calls. We were able to get that down to a very small number. And then we have been able to check how many times kids logged on to Google Classroom. So again, it's not perfect, but we do have some general data, and I can work with Dom Lisi to pull some of that for you.
I appreciate that because I think it's great. I know we have general data, but I mean, really for the state, for what I gathered they were looking for, I'm just wondering if they should get the feedback that we need a more thoughtful, measured, timely way of gathering that information, because otherwise it's useless. And I don't want to belabor the.
And who was supplying the hotspots?
We did. We
Yeah.
as a district provided hotspots when necessary to our families.
Was Spectrum given any?
Spectrum gave free internet access for a short period of time, but then after that time ran out, they no longer did. So families were charged, and they did give a reduced rate to our high needs families, but that wasn't successful for everyone.
So is that something that you're going to discuss also, if we have to go to that type of learning, how we're going to supply these services to?
That's a discussion exactly at the state level, both with NYSED and, as Dan Carroll talked about a few minutes ago, also with the governor's group. I mean, this is very, and as Dave said, this is a serious topic, because if we can't get the information to our students, they can't log on to get it, then we have a problem.
Correct.
Right. And we've done a great job as a district, I have to say.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, it was a
I've had some people reach out and just say they can't afford some of those things. So
that was a very timely discussion, as I lost my internet access temporarily there.
I was just wondering that if in backup you could provide us with whatever data we do have, because I would like to have a sense of just how many families connectivity is an issue for. That's been on my mind since we started this, embarked on this new style.
So we definitely can get you how many families we were still doing paper copies for, how many hotspots we provided. Those are definitely hard data that we have that would not be hard to gather.
And I would agree with David. I did hear the families that struggled, especially where the parents were working from home, and the competition between students and parents for the strength of a signal in order to stay connected. So that, I know that is an issue was an issue for a number of people.
As was sharing devices in homes. We made sure that every student, you know, in 7 through 12 had their own device, but we did some sharing of devices in homes. And so we are looking at that and having conversation about that right now, because if we went for some of the models that are being proposed for the fall, we would not be able to do that. Everybody would need their own device.
And even if they have their device, again, back to what Robin was also supporting, that if they don't have a strong enough signal to support those devices in the home, they're useless.
Correct.
And I think the state needs that, SCD needs that information. And, you know, perhaps, you know, now that, you know, we're closing out the school year, if we can ask our families a few questions in those areas from that survey, to get more sound data, I think it would be very helpful for planning for the fall.
Okay.
I know that I talked back in like the end of March, beginning of April, I had similar questions. And I know I talked to Dom about it in one of our meetings, because he was getting the hotspots at that point, and I think he was getting like 50 or 60. And 60. Okay. Yep. And from everything I understand, they worked really well, and there wasn't any complaints. The connectivity really helped support our students, you know, with that. So,
and And I know Dom is going to be working with, I'm going to say the name wrong. It's Kajeet, which will help with connectivity. He just let me know that. So we're working on this to put a plan in place. So thank you for bringing that up. But Fallon, he did just let me know 60 hotspots.
Okay. Yeah, I remember we talked because I had those concerns and he was already on top of it.
Yep. All right, Dan, back to you.
I hope. It's very, like I said, connectivity is an issue right now as there's storms going on outside my house. So this is absolutely an example of these first two bullets here in relation to the access and also flexibility. In relation to everything that we just spoke about, you know, our teachers and our students can plan for instruction and interaction via an online platform, and things come up. Life issues come up. Sharing of devices, conflicts arise. That issue of too few devices for the number of students in a household is a really difficult issue to get our hands around when you think of really the impossibility of coordinating all family schedules with all teachers' possible schedules for live interaction. And that really comes to our next point. We really want to introduce you to a couple key terms that you'll be hearing much more about, both with our updates on our remote learning efforts and in the media. And those terms are synchronous and asynchronous learning opportunities. And really a combination of these is essential to a complete remote learning experience. When we say synchronous learning, what we mean is like as we're doing right now, live interaction via an online platform between teacher and student, possibly between teacher and groups of students. But in other words, a live person-to-person interaction. So of course, this needs to be scheduled very carefully, and this is where we get to those conflicts of access, particularly from a technology standpoint. And from a technology standpoint, and really also from a childcare standpoint. You know, what we're realizing is that while some teachers might be providing really high quality synchronous experiences, if a child is, particularly a primary student, is in childcare, for example, at a babysitter, they might not necessarily have full opportunity to access that synchronous experience. Which brings us to the need to also provide asynchronous experiences, recordings, for example, that are not time dependent, that can be done at the convenience or flexibility of the students or the family schedule. So finding that balance is our real challenge and something that we'll be discussing quite a bit, and really also seeking students and families' feedback. Next, really also under that umbrella of flexibility, is the need to allow really diverse opportunities, varied opportunities for students to demonstrate their learning in what really have to be innovative ways. We find this particularly in the more hands-on content areas. When we think of math, for example, we can easily imagine how students are able to submit assignments and receive feedback from their teachers via this platform. When we start to think about labs in the sciences, when we start to think about the arts and our elective areas, those ways for students to demonstrate their learning can't really be done in the traditional formats that we're accustomed to. And we've seen a lot of innovation in these areas, and we need to really identify more areas for innovation. And finally, a really major takeaway for us has been that, and this is in relation to that need for synchronous and asynchronous learning, is that remote learning really needs to be more than the completion of assignments. It can't be understated how remarkably our teachers and our principals pivoted from classroom in-person instruction to the Google Classroom platform. We had plenty of teachers who had never used this venue before, and we should say also students and parents for that matter, that were completely new to Google Classroom in that third week of March, for whom it became the new normal. With that really steep, fast learning curve, we learned very quickly how to organize Google Meets like this. We learned very quickly how to coordinate through PLCs across grade levels, different assignments. What we really need to improve upon is the delivery of new instruction, of the opportunity for interactive instruction.
Dan,
Yep.
Dan, was Google Classroom our only platform that our teachers used, or did they use multiple platforms?
So Google Classroom is the only learning management platform that we used. Now, within Google Classroom, you have the opportunity to pull in, various other apps and tools such as Screencastify.
Sure. I'm just imagining that simplified things for our students and perhaps our parents if they were engaged as well.
I can say, as a parent of 3 children whose experience was all in Google Classroom, it does simplify it. It makes it possible for a parent to check in one kind of venue, one medium, all of their children's work. On the other hand, it's a one size fits all approach from K-12, in which perhaps there's a platform that's more suited for a primary student than a senior. So those are things that we're also discussing. But yeah, agreed. It certainly, from a parent's perspective, it is nice to have a single medium to get accustomed to. So as I said, these issues we're going to really start to explore in depth on Thursday among our administrative team. Really, our goal is to start to build a collective knowledge base. Again, we don't know exactly when that further guidance will appear. When it does, we want to be sure that our team has that shared basis of knowledge to be able to act and make decisions quickly. In relation to summer, what we've learned about learning at home in our continuity of learning plan has really informed our approach to summer school in this environment. And that takes place in a couple different ways. First, regulation that has governed that really was articulated in a couple major ways. First, on May 21st, Governor Cuomo announced that on-site summer school could not take place. So traditional summer school, as we think of it, primarily with students that needed to recover credit at the secondary level, could not take place in a physical format. Next, the next piece of guidance from the governor occurred on June 5th, which really threw a curveball to that initial guidance and understanding. And this one allowed for in-person special education services and instruction for our students with disabilities who are entitled to that service in their IEPs. So based on that guidance, we have developed a few flavors of summer learning. First, specifically in relation to those students with disabilities, we're one of the few districts actually in the region that will be offering in-person extended school year, otherwise known as ESY, summer school program for our students with disabilities. As you can imagine, this is a major lift. This is a planning effort that really is, you can think of kind of as the beta planning for how we will return in the fall. This has involved every facet of our organization, from Mr. Crump in facilities to Mrs. Warwick in food services, all the instructional folks, various principals, all of the teachers involved in really getting deep into the weeds of what it means to social distance in the in-person school environment. We've learned a ton. It's a huge challenge, and we're very proud that we're going to be among the few that'll be able to provide this service for our students this summer.
Dan, can I ask a quick question about that?
Please.
Sorry, I had a huge echo. For the social distancing, for extended school year for special education kids, did we have to add teachers so that there were maybe less students in the room? How are we going about doing that social distancing for their safety and for our staff safety?
Yeah. We're doing it by splitting the day. So we are running a morning and an afternoon session, a 3-hour morning session from 8 to 11, and a 3-hour afternoon session from 12 to 3, which will provide for an hour of cleaning and sterilization of the classroom before the next group of students come in.
And how many students about will be in each of those sessions, I guess?
Total.
I can speak to that, Dan, if you'd like.
Sure.
We have, just to give you an idea of how many kids we're talking about. One, our governor 2 weeks ago on a Friday evening and not made this announcement. So we've been working on this for about 8 to 9 school days right now. And what we're talking about, we have 54 students in this school district that qualify for extended school year. And then what Kathy and Miss Adams and her team did was they contacted each one of those individuals, those parents. And we had already, ironically, had contacted all of them previous around the remote learning because that was the path and we were well underway with our planning. 42 of the 54 students are participating in that, and we're just confirming any others. But right now, 42 out of the 54 are going to be participating. It's a half-day schedule program. It'll be for the 30 days. It will meet all of the qualifications and allows us to, our 611 classrooms obviously are 6 kids, so that's easy enough to do for those kids that qualify. Our 1211 will be split in half, and our 1214s will do the same. So that's going to allow us to maintain those components. And then we also have put in place, we're following the New York State summer camp guidance. That is the guidance they actually referenced in the FAQ that was sent out from the Special Education Division of the NYSED on Sunday evening, just this past Sunday. So day before yesterday at about 9 o'clock, we received some guidance, and we actually had been using that guidance, saying that was the best guidance that was out there. So I guess it was good that's what they referenced. So we're following all that summer camp guidance with respect to that, which is there's mandatory pieces that you have to do. So we're following all those components. We also are exploring what they did in other states, and one state in particular actually had a 17-page document outlining how do you do extended school year during this pandemic out of Connecticut. And I shared that with State Ed just to say this really is a great piece. So we've been taking those components and taking other pieces from the Department of Health and pulling that together. And as Dan indicated, this is going to be an opportunity. Our learning curve has been about as steep as you can make it in the last 2 weeks. I think about 2 weeks ago, we were like, wow, is this even possible? And then the level of pride and commitment that this team has been putting in has been stellar. We've got, and it's amazing what we're learning. We even came up with a video on how we clean the bus, which was pretty amazing that they put together yesterday. So we're learning quickly. We're using a minimalist approach. What does that mean? Minimalist never sounds good. Minimalist stands for, it really looks at what is essential in the classroom to make sure that we minimize surfaces, things like that. So again, what I would say is once we continue to pull this together, we're doing an orientation with staff this Thursday. Your question was, have we increased staff? The answer is no. The staff matches what the IEPs require. And so that's the way we're designing that, much we should. And I believe also it's really going to give us a lens on what to look for. I believe that we will, once again, Fulton seems to be, we always put ourselves out front, trying to do what's right for kids. We're learning a lot in this process, and we're going to be sharing a lot with one another. And I think also, you know, as Mr. Cordone alluded to earlier, I've already got a few words of wisdom that I want to share with the Associate Commissioner. I sit on the Commissioner's Advisory Panel for Special Education for the state of New York. So I've put a call or two into him because I'd like to share. I think there are some things that could help other districts that we're learning already. I think there's also, going to the question that Dan answered earlier, we have a conference call with small cities this coming Tuesday at the 30th at 2 p.m. And that's a direct conversation with our acting commissioner and allows us a direct conduit from small cities. And there's about 14 districts that tend to consistently. So I will also share the conversation earlier that's been brought up in a number of areas that our board members have brought up this evening, which are right on target. And we'll also share our special education experience as well. So I just wanted to add that.
Can we get a copy of what we will be following?
Sure, we can share all the good stuff. I've got it right here next to me around the summer camp guidance is really actually very good.
Yeah, I'd like to see a copy for myself anyways.
Sure.
I don't know if anybody else would like one, but.
Absolutely. I'll write that down for you, Ms. Lyons. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yep.
Are students required to wear masks for that full time? And if so, how do we plan on
So our what our guidance from the Department of Health indicate, or actually from the state indicates, quote, encouraged, which doesn't seem like a real strong word to me. And so we're working through that. Obviously, one of the pieces is we're going to strongly encourage. We're talking about how do we convey our message and communicate with our families. School is going to look very different for them as to what it looked like in March. Also, the pieces, our staff, it's going to look very different. It's not, you know, we've never taught in this kind of environment. So there's a lot of pieces to this. I think we're going to make some really good decisions. I think there's going to be some things that we can always do better. And we need to acknowledge that. We need to acknowledge the fact that we're going to get better by taking feedback every day and strengthening. So that would be the answer to that, I believe. Does that answer your question?
Encouraged. I figured that might be the word. That was.
Well, you know, and I think one of the parents said, you know, good luck keeping a mask on our child. All we can do is make sure that we have that. We also have, think about the population we're going to be servicing. These are our most challenged kids that qualify for extended school year. So you've got kids that have tactile issues, in other words, issues with things touching their face. There are issues that we're looking at. There are students that use visual cues, like they may be lip readers if they have issues with respect to hearing, those types of things. And we're looking at the availability of face shields, so you actually be able to see things like that. You know, and as I said, I think we're going to learn and grow. I think we're part of this teaching process, teaching and learning will actually be teaching kids the importance of PPEs and personal hygiene and washing your hands, and all of those components are all a part of creating access. And you know, this is access is now on steroids, if you will. Access to curriculum and access to learning is what special education is all about. And now we're having to create access, a whole nother layer that we're working through to create access for kids. So it's an interesting time. We're learning a lot, but it's also going to be a challenging time. But I believe we're making the right decision, you know, moving forward and really learning from this. So we'll be better poised, whatever we're going to look like in the fall, and what model we'll look at as we re-engage in learning on school sites or in person, and what that we're going to learn from this. And I think that's going to position us better as we think about how do we provide a high quality experience for all of our kids.
Now, did you say other school districts in our county will be doing summer school too for disabled?
There are some districts that have smaller groups of students. So obviously I can't speak for, you know, all of them. Each district has to make those decisions. Some districts always worked with, they contracted it with, if you will, with BOCES. We have not. We have 8 students that are in BOCES programs, And those 8 students, I believe BOCES is going to be going through a remote learning program. They had some challenges, with some things, staffing and whatnot. We, interestingly, haven't had an issue with the staffing part, which I think is just terrific. It once again demonstrates what Fulton's all about in creating access. So I'm thrilled with that. We could have had that same issue. Knock on wood, so far it hasn't been. But we have to remember as we go through this challenge is that each and every day we have new challenges. I mean, we had new challenges just here in Oswego County. Was it about a week ago with the farm up on 104 or in that area up on with the apple processing plants and whatnot. And that obviously is something we are continuing to keep our eye on. I noticed the cases in Oswego County were increased by 4 today. Again, we're up to, I think, 178. Don't mark my words. I don't have the report right in front of me. I can see it. But that's up from around 106, 108 just a week or two ago. So again, I think we're practicing. I put a memorandum out at the encouragement of my absolutely amazing administrative team. We put out some guidelines and just echoing and reinforcing the importance of the PPEs and the expectations that we have here for our employees here in the Fulton City School District, and when they're on our campuses, what we need to do to ensure. And that's hard practice. It's a new norm for everyone. So think about that. I mean, I still don't go into the grocery store. I'll get halfway to the door and I'll be like, I haven't brought my PPE with me. And you go back to the car. It's not a habit yet. And so we're also teaching ourselves new habits of keeping ourselves and others safe. So there's so many layers to this that we're doing. But I think once again, my team continues to rally and really think about methodically about what we need to do. And we also have to expedite because we're starting July 6th. So
Brian, is there any part of the plan for the summer in terms of social emotional learning to facilitate a transition to the fall for our students? I mean, they've been out for 3 months and, I know funding's an issue, of course, across the state. But does our community do they know of the resources available to them?
Yeah, I don't want to call Jerry out, but I'm going to. I saw her head bobbing up and down. She's over in the other room here in the boardroom, actually. Jerry, would you like to comment at all? This is your domain.
Sure.
You've created.
And this is definitely a high priority. And we are discussing this with our community partners. We had a community school meeting today and talking about some of the innovative ways we might be able to help students transition back to a more structured learning environment. But not just that, have been working really hard over this closure with our community partners to be sure that families are getting what they need in the way of connections. Our school-based clinics have been doing teletherapy, which has been very helpful. A number of helplines for different age groups have been created within our county and community, and we've shared those resources both through our family communications and through the daily and weekly contact logs that our student support teams have had. So as we look at the impact of all of that, that's informing our planning for the fall, for whatever form our learning will take in the fall. That social emotional connection piece is a very high priority on that list. And we've had a lot of feedback and input, not just from students and families, but also from the community partners who've been helping us with this, about some ideas that they have for us moving ahead.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm. And so just to ask off a little bit of what Dave had asked, and going back to the fact that some of our students may not want to wear those masks, whatever. I mean, I do have a couple of nephews as well who fall into this category. Is it something that you guys maybe thought about taking a platform like this before summer school starts or before the beginning of the year starts, so students can maybe see their teachers with a mask on, just kind of talk to them about what they might see when school starts? Is that something that could possibly prepare them for when they come into the new norm?
Yeah, and I'd ask if Betsy wants to weigh in at all. But we actually, one of the strategic coherence planning teams is around the open houses and the opening of school and all those things. And one of the things that's coming out of that team, and they did a tremendous job, a group of teachers presenting that. Was it last week or so? and the ability, and you want to talk a little bit about the forms. We actually talked a little bit about this in the principals meeting this morning. So Ms. Connors?
Sure. What I can, and we can bring a little bit of a presentation back to you as well as this gets closer. So one of the things that through the Family Engagement Task Force, we looked at the need to rebrand our open houses, because what we heard from parents was that when they send their children to us in the fall, they don't know who they're sending their child to. So we kind of came up with a plan to the very first week of school, if we were in normal session, that first night we would do an open house the very first night of school. So that would be at the 4 elementaries, all right, the junior high. I don't have the order right in front of me, but we would do one building the first night, one building the second night, and then one building the following Monday would be the high school. But each teacher would send home kind of an overview of who they are, what their interests are, like a getting to know you type sheet that you might fill out on your child in the elementary for your teacher to see. The teachers would fill out one of those for the parents to see. We really felt the parents needed to have a picture of who the teacher was and some information about them. And this really came from a collaborative effort of parents and teachers working together. If we are not in session, we still are going to have teachers send home that one-page overview. Okay.
Yeah, we also talked about some video. Obviously, the use of video is there's many ways that we can create opportunities to really share who we are. We had a great talk, this morning, kind of leading us as Dan had alluded on Thursday, we have a meeting, but really getting us to think at a high level. We have to be careful we don't get right into the weeds immediately, that we have more high level conversations and the generalities, and then we can work down into those specifics. Because sometimes we get mired in the details, and we need to really start with what's that big picture where we want to get, and then how do we really work within the parameters that we're given to maximize the opportunities that we're in 2020 in June. It's going to look different possibly in September, and then hopefully not having to re-engage because we have a second kind of wave of what we've been dealing with. So I think it really goes to a number of the words around fluidity and flexibility are really key in this whole process.
I have a question about the summer school, and it goes to some areas are more comfortable than others. And I'm thinking about the recent high heat days we've had. And I'm wondering if part of your planning has taken into consideration where we're going to house classes for it to maximize on our ability to provide the most comfort that we can.
Yeah, to answer your question, I think obviously we've taken that into consideration. One of the keys is, and what's unique here in Fulton is our 12-month kids have generally been in the classrooms that they're in during the year. And this is probably more important. And I fought it because I would, in my former world, I would bring them all to one school and I'd run 34 classrooms in that, and we'd be very centrally located. However, here in Fulton, there's been a history, and I see the positives, and in this case, I see the real positives. So we'll be running our 611s and our 1211, which will be split into 2 6s in the PM sessions. I think it's going to be PM, out of Volney, out of Lanigan, right out of the teach, and with their teachers that they're having. Somehow 4 out of the 5 teachers are actually going to have their kids. Again, something very special and unique here in Fulton. So the kids that will have the same teacher that they had for a majority of the kids. So they'll be in their classrooms as well as where there are the resources available to help support them. And the same thing will be going on at Granby, which is where our 1214 classrooms for elementary are located all year. And so they'll be re-engaging in their classrooms and in their spaces, which I think is part of what we'll be doing, more minimalist, kind of pulling things out to make sure that there's less surfaces with which that we need to utilize or to interact with and make sure that are kept as clean as possible. And then the third site, obviously we have junior high and high school kids. So our high school kids, our secondary kids will be out of GRB also in the classroom. So I think it lends itself to that consistency for kids. So it won't be all change. It'll be the PPE pieces and the other pieces around hygiene and the other practices that we have to do and how we interact So at least the classroom spaces will be, and the buildings they go in will be consistent for kids. I think the level, and then obviously looking at how do we ensure that those spaces are kept as cool as possible with the summer weather that we have in our school district. It's a great question.
All right, Brian, I got two questions as well. So and I apologize in advance that I don't know this, but for summer learning or even fall learning, do we have students who are deaf or hard of hearing who need staffs with masks with windows so they're able to read their lips? I know that's been talked about in the medical field, and are we aware of any need for that in our district?
Yeah, so to answer that question, actually, if you follow these things, everybody takes advantage. It's a great opportunity to develop your business. So essentially, plexiglass barriers are like $300 to $400. However, Mr. Crump and his team are going to build them for us. So we're creating those types of barriers for therapy sessions or in classrooms. We're also, we learned a lot through our food services program. Miss Warwick had already been utilizing face shields that had been designed up at City by one of the staff up there. So we have access to face shields. We're looking at also those masks. They actually have the plastic covering, if you will, so you can see. However, what we're finding, what we've heard about those doing some research is they fog up and you can't see. So we are looking at face shields as well as plexiglass barriers. So yes, we are exploring those things because we do recognize the fact that we have kids that do have, obviously as part of their disability, have those types of needs for access to provide their therapy.
Wonderful. And then my other question is just for summer learning, and not for the summer learning that we're doing here on site, but I know that we are continuing some programs like IXL and things like that, because students do have Chromebooks at home. How are we communicating that as a district to the families who may want to participate in some of those programs since they have connection and since they have Chromebooks?
Yeah, Ms. Connors?
We can post that on our continuity of learning page that we have right on our webpage, and we can make sure we get it out there via Facebook and other means as well.
Great.
That's a good point.
And we also have some of those resources going out with our major delivery.
Correct.
Tomorrow.
That's right. Dan, talk about that, because you and Mrs. Witter get, and the principals, the elementary principals and junior high get the gold star for this one.
Yeah, really the elementary principals and the coaches and the PLCs for gathering all of the resources. Tomorrow, a major delivery, and thanks to Golden Sun, involves every K-6 student and also a handful of junior high students who will be receiving resources for the summer. So that'll be a door-to-door delivery from their bus driver. And we will also update our Learning at Home page with those resources that are available to all students. Now, for some students, this is a good segue to our more formal summer school offerings for specific targeted students. You know, whereas the in-person ESY is giving us a great opportunity to test the waters with in-person instruction with a small group of students, our virtual offerings for a small group of secondary students is giving us a similar opportunity in the remote learning environment. This is an opportunity to apply some of those key aspects of what we've learned about learning at home that I shared earlier. So this is taking place in two versions, a high school version and a junior high version. In high school, this is really, you know, the online analog of what we think of as a traditional summer school in some ways and very different in others. In high school, we will be offering a credit recovery opportunity using a combination of online platforms here. So whereas throughout the year, we used Google Classroom exclusively, in our credit recovery endeavor, we're also going to bring in Edgenuity. Edgenuity is a platform that we use for credit recovery in which teachers and departments can plan courses that allow students to work at their own pace, to pre-test, identify those specific skills and standards from the course in which that they hadn't mastered during the regular year, and to gain credit upon completion of those specific individualized standards and skills. Applying, really, first of all, we got to give a lot of credit to Mr. Jeff Waldron for a really enormous amount of work in synthesizing that, learning about learning at home, and applying it to the students and the faculty who will be participating in it. Jeff has put together a very detailed handbook on the high school virtual summer school, in which he has incorporated some of those aspects, such as the teacher and the student arranging for times that are mutually available for them. You know, getting to that flexibility piece that we talked about earlier. Contacting students who are not engaging right away in that Edgenuity platform. So it's a very individualized, very interactive approach to engaging students who need some more engagement. Next.
We have a total of 73 students who we have invited and are working with to be part of Edgenuity, 22 freshmen, 21 sophomores, 21 juniors, and 10 seniors. Is that right? No. So again, it was 16 seniors, excuse me. So we're working with our kids to get them through. And as Dan said, shout out to Jeff Waldron for his work on this. Our goal was, we started right away. In case you've heard from anybody out in the community that has a student going through this, we started right away because we were worried that if kids disengaged, that we wouldn't get them. So we have kids that are already engaged in this learning.
Betsy, you said that there was what, 64 students offered? Was that
73 total?
Okay, and how many are willing to participate?
Right now we're working to get them all engaged. That's part of, as Dan just said, that's part of the challenge of this, is making sure, because it really is that credit recovery opportunity.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And again, in order for kids to be exempt from that Regents, they have to pass the course. So there is a carrot for us to dangle at this moment.
Okay, and will we know how many are engaged by the next meeting? Like, will we have follow-up on?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll have kids that have finished already, won't we, Dan?
I hope so. That was our goal with starting right off the bat. I mean, this way of providing credit recovery really kind of epitomizes that flexibility for the learner.
I also want to do a shout out to our department chairs, because they have put in a great amount of work in developing the classes. So even though we have this platform Edgenuity, you have to make it specific to not only New York State, but to our curriculum. And they have gone in and done this, and kudos to them, in particular the area of math, because this is a heavy lift.
And yes, what it's really demonstrated is their leadership of what is exactly the essential learning for each of those courses. They were able to distill exactly what is the most essential learning and turn it over to this platform right away. In junior high, our objective was to reach a smaller group of really those students who we're most concerned about extending even further a period of disconnection to instruction. Accompanying that goal was to vary the experience of the online learning type of approach that they would experience. So we certainly didn't want to offer more of the same approach that they may not have engaged with during the school year. So instead, we have a group of very creative teachers who have agreed to participate. And the approach here is an interdisciplinary one. So we'll be offering two pathways. math science approach for students who have been targeted for needing intervention more on the math side, and a humanities approach for students whose needs are more on the ELA side. So again, and this will not be this will not be by design the traditional summer school repeat a course that was failed. This is with intervention in mind for students who need more time learning in an engaging way. So we look forward, we certainly hope, we look forward with our next presentation to you to have had the guidance in order to begin crafting our plans for our reopening, which again, we anticipate will involve some combination of both of these formats that we've discussed today. And we'll also be able to provide an update on our experience with the 3 different formats of summer learning that we have.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Carroll. It's a lot of information, everybody, and we'll keep you apprised of our progress and how things are going, and then we can provide an update at the July 7th meeting as well. So looking forward to it. It's actually an interesting time in education. Our next piece is our Code of Conduct update. Ms. Geithner.
Yes, good evening. Thank you. In the backup document that we provided, you'll see that there are no substantive changes to this year's Code of Conduct. We went through a process with our students, faculty, and administrators last year in the Code of Conduct review, and the recommendation that came out of that process was that we engage in a much more in-depth process for this year. Well, we were derailed in that process by the COVID closure. So what we're presenting to you tonight for your review is our Code of Conduct unchanged at this time, with the plan to engage in a much more in-depth process when we're back together at school. And that process will be facilitated by Liz Tiffany, our new Director of Student Support Services, and it will look like focus groups with different stakeholder groups, because we have done surveys in the past, and we really would like to have some additional information that you can't just glean from surveys. So we'll be bringing together groups of students, parents, teachers, paraprofessionals, administrative team, and community partners, and to really get some feedback on our Code of Conduct for them to consider the restorative practices and the trauma-sensitive practices that we have begun to learn about and implement in our district, and how those things can inform our Code of Conduct while ensuring that our schools are safe and welcoming places for all of our students and community members. So that was my very brief update to you on the Code of Conduct. That one's for Mr. Crandall.
All right. Thank you, Jerry. And as we said, that'll be another one of those pieces. It's part of the reorg meeting, so we make the presentation here. The Code of Conduct is a living thing, so obviously getting more information. And I think, Jerry alluded to the trauma-sensitive practices, restorative practices. Those are all the things you're hearing out in the world right now are essential to the work that we're doing in our schools, allowing us to attain our vision and mission and what we're trying to accomplish for all of our kids, to ensure that all students in our district feel like they are a part of who we are as a district. So looking forward to the continued work, Ms. Geithner, along Ms. Tiffany taking the reins that you're giving her. She's inheriting a great opportunity.
Brian, is there an opportunity for the board to get some update with that, with any of the, the items that are going to inform the Code of Conduct that you've described? I think that often, it's easy and it's imaginable that the community cannot understand all of that training that you're talking about. And so I'm just wondering if there would be an opportunity for the board and the public to receive, an update on that.
Sure. I think am I on here? Yeah. I think, Ms. Guy, we can provide updates in our progress. I think letting you know when the teams, obviously, opportunities for board members, on any of our teams in the stakeholder groups and others, and providing progress, I think is really important, the progress monitoring.
I just
goes
think
hand in hand.
And I think that sometimes, folks, and we've seen this in the past, I can say that historically as a board member, that, PBIS has, the perception is it's been at odds with the code of conduct and consequence as, we, in general, the community understands it. So if there's a layer of, for lack of a better way of describing it, different consideration for individuals and situations to be thought about. I think that the community needs to understand that.
Okay.
And that would fall in line with the conversation that occurred in our communication committee meeting earlier today. And part of that, one of the concerns is making sure our stakeholders that represent folks, that we find ways to help them communicate back to their stakeholder groups. And that is part of the future plan with the communications improvements for the strategic plan. So that should help, David.
Thank you.
One thing that I did neglect to mention is that there was some of the feedback that we received was to be more explicit about the code of conduct and how it applies to learning in a virtual environment. So reminding our students and staff that anything that would apply in a traditional classroom would also apply when you're in a Zoom or Google meeting or any of those. So those will be some of the things that we bring back to those teams as well.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Geithner. Next, we have their end-of-year financial status report and fund balance. It'll be me and Ms. Nichols. Are you there, Ms. Nichols? Thank you. So do you want to go over the form? It was provided it's in your board materials in the executive section. Ms. Nichols, can you highlight this, please?
Yes, I can't put it up on the screen, but
if you'd like it on the screen, I can do that.
I mean, does everyone have access to it?
Ms. Griffin, what's your preference? Would you like me to place it on the screen? It was in your board executive section.
But the public wouldn't see it.
That's right. Robin, you're not on?
Oh.
Yes, but I can't get into it when I'm doing this meeting.
Got it. So I will pop it up. I'm on my way to presenting on the screen. Just a moment, please. Now I just have to figure out which screen it's on here. Give me 1 second here. I think it's this one. May I ask, can you see this? When I'm presenting, I cannot see. So can you see this document in full?
We can see it.
Yep.
All right, Ms. Nichols, if you'd like to start with the truck bid at the top, please.
Just for your information, we did do a bid for another truck for the maintenance department to help us, with our snow plowing. We have an old truck that needs to be replaced. We can't get anymore. So we did go out to bid, and we received 3 bids: Burdick Ford, Drivers Village, and FX Ford. And you can see what they came in at. Burdick Ford was the apparent low bidder. They're also the firm that we purchased the last pickup truck from. So this is basically an identical truck, and they'll be building it once we have approval to go forward with it. And again, one of the winter uses will be for snow plowing. So are there any questions on that? All right. The next item, and just a reminder that what you see you'll see a fund balance resolution. The state comptroller and our auditors have advised us to at least make a preliminary determination of what the board would want to do with any kind of surplus funds that would remain at the end of the year. Obviously, before we've even ended the year, we can't give an exact amount. So the way that we write the resolution is that we say up to a certain dollar amount. This year, of course, is a little bit more interesting because of the school closure. It did affect some of our spending situation. So this, which we'll talk about in the next session. section. But the fund balance resolution, it just suggests, I've spoke with Mr. Palvino about this, on the suggestions of putting some more funds into the ERS reserve, because certainly that is a reserve that we always have the ERS expense, roughly $1 million a year. So certainly could be used in the future. Another suggestion was a little bit more can still go into the new teachers retirement reserve, and we could, if you wished, anything else up to 300,000 into the capital reserve. Anything else would then go into either undesignated fund balance, or pending what our auditors suggest us to do with some of the excess, again, as we'll talk about in a moment, from not having the transportation expense, we may have to put that into an assigned fund balance. We'll know more about that in August when we have final numbers and a little more guidance from the state also. So looking at where we are sitting right now, projecting where we'll be once the audit is complete. Right now, our revenues look very close to the initial estimates. But what we don't know is what the governor, what the state might do about state aid. So if there's going to be any reductions. So that's the elephant in the room right now. As far as expenditures, if we had not had the closure, my estimate would have been that we would be under budget by 750 to 850,000. So we'd be under budget by, approximately, 1.25%. But with this closure, there's obviously areas that we haven't expended what we normally would. One of those areas would be substitute teachers. There's 3.5 months that we did not pay for any substitutes. Miscellaneous pay for teachers, also some of those extra meetings that where they, in their contract, we would pay for time beyond the normal school day, where they, meet with each other and, to collaborate. So some of those funds weren't expended. Overtime, we weren't paying overtime because although we continued to pay our hourly workers, it would be a very rare case where we ran into any overtime. So overall, there was some savings there. And also our resource officer, since we really weren't making use of the resource officer since the closure, at this point, we haven't had any sort of billing from the city, but the expectation would be that we would not be paying for the last 3.5 months of that. And then also, I think I failed to mention fuel. That's a big one because we're 3.5 months without really running the buses. We certainly had some savings on fuel. And then Golden Sun, again, we had discussions with our attorneys, and we were basically recommended not to be paying Golden Sun for services that aren't being performed. So the estimate there is, I put down up to 1.3, 1,300,000 that we did not spend. At this point, we still don't have the guidance from the state to tell us, will they be, since we didn't expend this money, it would make sense that we will not receive transportation aid on funds not expended, but the funds not expended would make up for the transportation aid. So
right. I just want to add to that. We're working very closely. It was interesting. About a month ago, there was an incident. Sorry, I hear reverberations in the southern part of the state, where there was a lot of layoffs, and there was some very interesting. There was supposed to be guidance coming out from the state aid unit. And it, as of today, still nothing. Patrick from Golden Sun is a great partner. And also from his organization meaning his transportation organization that he works with as well, a lot of mixed messages and no real definitive guidance. And he's as we all know, Golden Sun is Fulton City School District, and they are our driver, and we are so much a part of one another that this has been a real challenge. So obviously we work very closely, and we had to take the guidance of our attorneys at this point in time. Same thing with our resource officer, those same types of things. We watch the contracts very closely, and we follow those contracts.
Brian,
that's the guidance we have.
Brian, are you saying that the contracts kind of address this situation? Because I'm wondering how, we're kind of passing the buck to Golden Sun in this case, and we're passing the buck to the city, not intentionally, and it's bad on us, but I'm just wondering, are we sure that our contracts don't require us and the state? That matter.
Yeah. So we immediately, once this whole thing started, we had our contracts sent right over to them. Remember, and I don't like to draw a lot of attention to this, but our contract is grandfathered in transportation. And so that grandfather is language from a long time ago. And so I want to be very clear that, that language didn't talk about pandemics and all of those things. And we had actually two attorneys take a look at it with Ferrara's law firm as well, because we needed that guidance, and we have that in writing about what we were supposed to do. And so, right. And so and Kathy alluded to it, state aid comes back to us, and correct me if I'm wrong, Kath, but it's approximately 90%. So if we say it's $1 million, for the math is easy, that's 900,000 coming back to us. And if we pay $1 million and don't get that reimbursement, that's a challenge. And then, we can't do that. So that's why we're working very closely with the attorneys. Notice that the monies are there. If they told us we need to pay, we can transfer those funds if that's what's going to happen. But the state aid office, I believe, and the state is, and I sent in yesterday's daily update, I talked about, I shared the state comptroller information that we were $767 million short in I believe it was in sales tax revenues. Then he had, I believe the other number was in the $400 million range with respect to income tax. Interestingly, 1.1 billion, and says the mark is still on for that $13.3 billion. So I think there's concern, and I do appreciate the fact that in his newsletter on Sunday, he did indicate that he had let $4 billion flowed. $4 billion did flow to school districts in state aid, because we were all worried about that. So that was great news that those initial pieces, there's still some more to come. I actually asked Kathy every day. I think I asked her, did it come? Did it come? Did it come? And it did. And we were pleased by that. But I had the opportunity to sit at a county supervisor and mayor meeting. I've continued to attend the shared services, and they talked about the valve that hasn't necessarily been flowing at the same rate at counties. And there was an article yesterday from Onondaga County with respect to what McMahon is doing down there, and then they had made some changes and reducing their budgets by, I believe it was $30 million. So there's a lot of pieces. So yeah, to answer long-winded, I'm sorry, Mr. Cordone, it was essentially we work with our attorneys, we got the guidance, and we're doing what we need to do. But also Patrick and I talk frequently, and they have stayed engaged doing a lot of different things for us, delivering packets, food boxes. They've done all our blessings in a backpack, not for us. That's something they donated. They've been doing right along. So, that's why we're very careful around each one of our contracts to make sure we're honoring and doing what we need to do in accordance with the direction.
I just wanted to make sure that we were respecting our partners, and they help us and we help them, and this situation clearly has us all in a unique place.
Golden Sun has taken advantage of the federal loans that were available And also, if we were to pay them, that could put that loan in jeopardy to him because he has continued to pay his employees through the end of the year. So, and I believe he waited to get that until he knew what we were going to do.
So our contract with them states that we don't have to pay them if they're not.
I'm not an attorney, but it's mute on that. So that's where the interpretation from our attorneys come in. There's nothing that says, gee, if we don't do this, if Golden Sun doesn't do the services, we still have to pay them. Our attorneys made it very clear that they felt it could be construed as gift of public funds if we continued to pay them. Everyone else who is doing something for us is proving what their contact is with kids or how they're continuing providing services for us in this different format. Obviously, transporting children is not taking place.
I guess I was just asking because of what David said, and the clear answer is yes, we couldn't pay them.
That's the guidance that we received. And the problem with attorneys is each one, I think different attorneys interpret different things. Our attorneys are interpreting it this way. So again, it's something we monitor very closely. I brought it up at the small cities. Some districts are paying, some are not. There is so much inconsistency around this state when it comes to contractual transportation services, because that's what we're talking about. There is inconsistencies.
It's just very sad.
It is. And what we really need is a definitive answer. Are you going to aid this or not? That's really all that needs to be answered. And it doesn't matter if you're on the island or if you're in upstate New York, that guidance would be helpful. And I think it's interesting that no guidance to me is guidance in a way. So it's that I'm worried that obviously with the revenue streams at the state level, that 15 to 20% still is bouncing around out there. And even the comptroller in the other piece I shared with you yesterday was talking about the fact that he put forth some legislation at the state level to try to create some flexibility for districts, but he also reinforced the importance of the funding, of the federal funding, and be able to assist us in municipalities as well as school districts across the state of New York. He alluded to that yesterday. So even though it seems like it's gotten awfully quiet out there, it's definitely very real. That's why I will continue to share with you what I hear. But I really like the guidance that we hear from the comptroller. He seems to put it pretty straightforward. And I like numbers. And when he was able to provide numbers behind something yesterday, that kind of lends a lot of credibility to kind of that there's something very real going on in our state, and that the revenue impacts, even though we may not be seeing them as much at the local level, I think they're starting to filter down. I think we're going to see more. So I'm hoping that the federal government does whatever they're going to do, and then we can address whatever we have to do based on the guidance and the direction that New York State chooses to take.
So at this point, we believe that Golden Sun is made whole, but perhaps our SRO situation, the contract with the city, is not.
So actually on that one, I was working with our president. Actually called and asked me a question. In fact, I know that they're doing some things at the city level. I'm going to be setting up a meeting with the mayor and the chief in the coming week. But I pulled the contract that we have, and there's actually a piece in there that talks about if they're pulled to do other things and they're not providing the service, they're actually paid by hours, and we receive bills from them. So there's actually a sentence in that contract. But again, I want to sit down with them, but in there, and as Ms. Nichols has indicated, we have not received any bills from them either. And that would be consistent with what's written in the contract that we had with them.
Brian, did you ever get an answer back on the deferment for the transportation that we have to pay back?
Yeah, that was in the weekly update. I just hopefully that didn't take everybody off. My mouse just fell to the floor. Yes, they did not defer that payment. I had, and what they had indicated, I actually had an interesting call with them. It took a number of emails over a month. They finally responded, and they wanted to have a meeting, which I thought was interesting. So I met with 4 of them online, and they could not defer and skip a year. However, and I was polite, and their response was, "But we have good news, is that we were behind in our paperwork," which I thought was a great phrase, and they are unable to make the garnishment in 2020, So our garnishment won't start until 21. So in fact, in June 2020, which is now, there will not be a reduction of the $500,000. So that's a real positive. I thought my response was, I have a great answer for that. I should be able to write you a memorandum and garnish you back, so mine would be equal. And we could just end this, because if their paperwork wasn't on time, and that was the issue that we've been dealing with, I felt there should be a reciprocal response. I said it in a very positive way. I got them to laugh, but it got the message across about my point, and also explained to them there's a big difference between one piece of paper and some of the other issues that are going on in the state around forgiveness bills and cases of paper. And so I had the opportunity in their ear, and I also lent my perspective on when we talk about, this is the state aid office, so when they talk about 20% reductions in a district that is 68% dependent on state aid funding versus a district that may be 10%, if they're getting 600,000, 20% of 600,000 is significantly different than 20% of $50 million. And so I made my point with that as well, and the importance that they take when they make their decisions or they receive things, that there are some very significant impacts in high needs districts with low wealth. There's some real significant issues there. So I took that opportunity to do that.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Also, and I'd be remiss, and I need to make public, is that they also indicated that their calculation was off as well. And I shared that they're saying that it was approximately 80,000 short. And we've been working on that with them to understand why, because that's the number they put out. Also expressed my displeasure that they're telling me 5 months later, which probably explains why they had 4 people on the phone call. I guess it takes 4 to have a conversation with me. You know, and I told them my displeasure, and I will be, once we get, if they send us something with an increase, I will make it very clear that I believe we should respond with our attorneys, that what makes it okay for you to come up, since I've been sharing a very specific number in all of our budget proceedings. So I also expressed, for me, if it's anything I've gotten better at over the 4 years, it's being very specific about my displeasure about things in a very positive way. So not to make any enemies, but I was clear about, I didn't expect that to come in that conversation as well. So long answer again, I apologize.
No, that's great.
It's a great question though. If there's no other questions about the fiscal end of the year and the financial status, we'll move on to the chemistry textbook.
Okay, so I'm just going to be real quick here. We have to, as you know, we have to share a textbook for 30 days. So I'm sharing with you an AP chemistry textbook. Hold on one second, and it was shared with you in updates. Here is the, oh, it's not working. Hold on a minute. Hold on. See if it works this time. Is it showing right now? Okay. All right. Sorry about that. So this is just a piece of the textbook for you to see. Again, you have everything in your board backup, so you're welcome to go in if you want to learn some more about chemistry. Please, by all means, go in. Again, you'll have this before you for 30 days, and then we'll have a resolution for you to look at. Again, this is a little different review because we don't go through 3 or 4 textbooks and pick one. This is what AP recommends to us. All right, so that's the quick version of that. Any questions? Okay.
Very brief. I have one final thing that's not on there this evening, and you know, not that I want to make the evening longer, but it probably is one of the hardest thing is always when you acknowledge people that have made a huge difference in the lives not only of yourself, but also the lives of many students, many faculty members, So I want to acknowledge Mr. Greer this evening. And, these are just words this evening, and we'll have hopefully many opportunities to break bread and celebrate the many gifts that you brought to our district. But, one of the hardest things when you join a district, you don't know in a scan what you're going to be walking into. And I will say that Mr. Greer he shares the same schedule that I do, and I appreciate the fact that he's over there about 6:45 in the morning every day. And this morning I thanked him for the counseling session. He's made a huge difference in my growth and development as a superintendent, and I can only speak to my 4 years, but his consummate professionalism and what he has brought to this district is second to none. I mean, it's been unbelievable, the impact that he does. He's quiet. If there's anything he's taught me is, Brian, be short and specific with what you talk about. He hasn't done such a great job with that, but he's made me better at not being so long-winded. But I will say that I can only speak to my experience and what I've seen here, but it's been absolutely amazing, Tom. I'm losing a confidant, a person to bounce ideas back and forth, but a person who knows the history of this district. And it's amazing to watch you when you're, collective bargaining in particular, not something I had a lot of experience with. It's amazing. And I have trouble sitting there with the patience and the silence in the approach. It's just stellar watching and experiencing. And I can't express my gratitude enough personally on behalf of all the staff and the students and all of the families that you've impacted in our district. And I know you're not one that likes to draw attention, but I wanted to thank you for the impacts that you've made. And I look forward to, maybe we'll play some golf sometime. Maybe we'll have an opportunity, but I know we're going to have some more opportunities as this pandemic kind of eases up, for an opportunity to really share and celebrate just so many accomplishments in our district. So I wanted to share that with you. So Robin, I will now end the superintendent's report and hand it back to you.
Thank you, Brian.
All right. So would someone move item 4.02?
Move it.
Second.
I have a quick question on that, if it's.
Yeah, discussion, yep.
All right, I'm sorry if you can't hear me. I got caught in the storm, so I apologize. For that number 76, that the Verizon wireless bill, is that extremely high? Is that due to the hotspots that we've had to, or maybe that's just normal for the 2 months? But it just seemed to me like that was extremely high.
Yeah, that is, I believe, Ms. Connors, I see you running it. It is our hotspots. That added to the cost this month, or those months as well. Actually, it was for 6 months, correct, Ms. Connors? I wish Mr. Lisi was present. He could.
I'm waiting for my text from Mr. Lisi as he's watching, because I know he'll be sending me the update on this.
Wow.
I did ask him that I had received another correspondence. He did indicate that was a piece of it, but we can get clarification. So if you want, we can move forward.
We also had additional cell phones that we purchased so that we could I'm doing this without him, by the way, so that we could roll calls for our student support staff and also our secretaries, so that they were working from home. So their phone lines rolled as well. So we did have additional phones. Mr. Lisi said that is hotspots as well, and it is 6 months only for the hotspots.
6 months only. Okay. So it's possible we may have to redo those hotspots at some time down the line.
Or he's looking at other alternatives. That's what he sent to me earlier, that they're looking at that, however you say that word, that he's looking at that other system for connectivity so that we would not have to use the hotspots.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other discussion? All those, Mrs. Perry, I am a yes.
Mrs. Albagore,
Yes.
Mrs. Cooper,
Yes.
Mrs. Lyon,
Yes.
Mr. DeJalorme,
Yes.
Mr. Crandall,
Yes.
Mr. Cordone.
Yes.
Item 4.03, please.
Move it.
Second.
Any discussion? Mrs. Perry, I'm a yes.
Mrs. Alvagore,
Yes.
Mrs. Cooper,
I'm a yes.
Mrs. Lyons,
Yes.
Mr. DeJalorme,
Yes.
Mr. Crandall,
Yes.
Mr. Cordone.
Oh, yes.
Item 4.04.
Move it.
Second.
Any discussion? Mrs. Perry, I'm a yes.
Mrs. Alvagore,
Yes.
Mrs. Cooper,
I'm a yes.
Mrs. Lyons,
Yes.
Mr. DeJalorme,
Yes.
Mr. Crandall,
Yes.
and Mr. Cordone.
Yes.
Item 4.05.
Move it.
Second.
Any discussion? I am a yes, Mrs. Perry.
Mrs. Alvagore,
Yes.
Mrs. Cooper,
Yes.
Mrs. Lyons,
Yes.
Mr. DeJalorme,
Yes.
Mr. Crandall,
Yes.
Mr. Cordone.
Yes.
4.06, please.
Move it.
Second.
Discussion? I am a yes.
Mrs. Alvagore,
Yes.
Mrs. Cooper,
Yes.
Mrs. Lyons,
Yes.
Mr. DeJalorme,
Yes.
Mr. Crandall,
Yes.
Mr. Cordone.
Yes.
Whew.
5.01, please.
Move it.
Second.
Discussion? Mrs. Perry, I'm a yes.
Mrs. Alvagore,
Yes.
Mrs. Cooper,
Yes.
Mrs. Lyons,
Yes.
Mr. DeJalorme,
Yes.
Mr. Crandall,
Yes.
and Mr. Cordone.
Yes.
Would someone move 5.02?
Move it.
Second.
Discussion? I am a yes.
Mrs. Alvagore,
Yes.
Mrs. Cooper,
Yes.
Mrs. Lyons,
Yes.
Mr. DeJalorme,
Yes.
Mr. Crandall,
Yes.
Mr. Cordone.
Yes.
Item 6.01.
Move it.
Second.
Discussion? I am a yes.
Okay, Mrs. Alvagore,
Yes.
Mrs. Cooper,
Yes.
Mrs. Lyons,
Yes.
Mr. DeJalorme,
Yes.
Mr. Crandall,
Yes.
and Mr. Cordone.
Yes.
Item 7.01.
Do we
Move it.
want to?
601.
Bingo?
601.
Oh, I'm sorry, 7.02.
Right? Oh, wait.
7.01.
601.
We did 601. We're
I'm
701, correct?
7.
Right.
Yes.
Seven.
Okay.
Do we want a batch?
Yeah.
Yes.
Gonna be 7.0.
7.01 through 7.09.
Yes, ma'am.
Move it. Second.
Any discussion?
Excuse me, who was the second?
Dave.
And who was the first?
Fallon.
Thank you.
Any discussion? Mrs. Perry, I'm a yes.
Mrs. Alvagore,
Yes.
Mrs. Cooper,
Yes.
Mrs. Lyons,
Yes.
Mr. DeJalorme,
Yes.
Mr. Crandall,
Yes.
and Mr. Cordone.
Yes.
So board forum, Becca.
All right. I don't know if you guys can see me. I hope you can hear me. My internet is being really bad.
I can hear you.
Okay. I just wanted to say thank you for the opportunity. I definitely learned a lot this year. Definitely stuff I can use in the future as well. And maybe in the future I'll be on a board somewhere else or here. You never know. But thank you so much. And that's all.
Thanks, Becca. And good luck.
Thank you.
All right, Mrs. Lyons.
Whoop, am I? Oh, I am on. Okay. Well, first of all, I've learned a lot tonight, basically about summer learning. I've had a lot of people ask me questions, so I'm glad I can now answer some questions with intelligence. So thank you for that. I want to congratulate everybody on the retirements. Julie at the junior high took my place years ago. So she's been there quite a long time, and she's been a wonderful person to deal with there. I've heard so many good things about her. And Mr. Greer, I don't know how to thank you enough. I remember when you came, I think I met your two boys first because they played soccer with my son. And then I met you, and you've done an extraordinary job for our community. Thank you.
Mrs. Abelgore.
Okay. First,
Becca, thank you.
I have one quick question. And it has to do with the report cards with the pass-fail. Regarding to the students who took AP classes or college courses, because in part of the year for third quarter and fourth, they were getting numerical numbers. And then on the report cards, they were getting pass fails. How does that affect them for their credit towards the college or the AP course?
They still get their credit towards the college and the AP courses. What I'd like to do is if we could provide you some written statement in updates. Is that all right if we do that, Brenda?
Yes, because I've gotten a couple of questions, and well, I had that question too, but I had a few people ask me, and I didn't know how to answer it for them.
Right. Well, I'd like to answer it so that we make sure we have the facts listed, and then you'll have them right there in front of you to read from. Okay.
Okay. Perfect.
But our students who are taking college courses over the summer, is that going to continue to be a pass-fail, or is that going to change?
Which kids are taking classes over the summer for college courses?
My kid.
Let me come back to you with that answer because I wasn't sure which kids were taking college courses over the summer, so I want to make sure I have the right answer.
I believe we only have a few. I think there's maybe 4. Mr. Murray was helpful with setting up a Zoom meeting the other day, but
okay. So I'll get the details on that and we'll let you guys know that. I'm sure it will follow the same protocol, but I just want to make sure we have it all in writing.
That's fine. Thank you so much.
Okay. And then I want to do a special shout out for the first round of graduations. It was a beautiful day. We had a lot. Thank you for the sunscreen, Mrs. Connors. That was very helpful. We got a lot of positive feedback for those drive-up graduations, and parents and students were very happy on how it went. I thought Mrs. Parkhurst and all involved did a great job. Good shout out to Mrs. Killian. I was very happy. I hope that the next 4 mini ceremonies are just as delightful, and that the weather will stay as hot for all of you attending as it was for me standing on that stage for 2 hours next to Mr. Polvino and Mrs. Connors. But it was beautiful. I have heard a lot of positive things, even coming out from outside districts. We set the bar high sometimes, and I'm just really proud to still be part of this Fulton district. So, and big shout out to Mr. Greer. You're going to be missed very much. Thank you so much for being from back when I worked here to working with my own kids to this being on the board. It's been a pleasure. You're very knowledgeable. We're going to miss you.
Thank you.
And Becca, congratulations on your next adventure, and enjoy graduation next weekend.
Thank you. Mrs. Cooper.
Just really quickly, I'm just going to say congratulations to my colleagues on your elections and continuing to stay with us, fighting the good fight. Congratulations to Mr. Greer and all of our retirements. We hope that you enjoy your retirement and think of us often and come back to visit, please. And then congrats to all of our 2020 graduates. You survived a pandemic. You did it. Wonderful job. And Becca, I will miss you most of all. So please come back and visit and let us know how your life and your journey is going. And that's it for me.
Mr. Crandall.
Yeah, I'm here. Well, congratulations for everyone's reelection. And a special shout out to Mr. Greer for making it through the 1918 pandemic to this one. And I hope you enjoy retirement. You too, Bessie. We're going to miss you all. And congratulations to our graduates. And hopefully we can get together soon. That's it.
Thanks.
Mr. Cordone. Mr. Cordone.
Yeah, I want to take the opportunity to congratulate my board colleagues who were reelected as well. I wasn't able to be with you last week. I was at the City BOCES meeting. And congratulations to you on your reelection. I want to say good luck to Becca. You display a lot of leadership qualities. You ask great questions. You're inquisitive. You have all the leadership qualities that our community or any community needs. So I hope that we were just the first bit of community service that you will perform and that you will be active always. You have great potential. I want to thank Mr. Greer. Had most of, gosh, is it 2 decades? Yeah, most of 2 decades of working with you, and I appreciate all that you have done for the district. Your professionalism, you know, Brian kind of encapsulated your personality, your persona well. And we will miss you. I also wanted to say that I really appreciated at the fourth quarter report cards for my sons. And I say that only because the comments made more sense to me and gave me more feedback as a parent than a numerical average. It was great for me to see that my students were meeting the essential standards or exceeding them. And I think that I'm just going to use this as a little soapbox opportunity for standards-based grading. I really hope, I really hope that we move in that direction, because that's more meaningful for parents to know. A number is very subjective. And I say that as an educator as well. Grading policies vary from one person to the next, but standards are standard. And so it was great for me as a parent to see, and it wasn't in one course, it was across the board. So the work that we're doing, and those I think are, Betsy, can you tell me, were those teacher generated comments or were they comments that were prepared for teachers to use?
Well, teachers generated them. There were suggestions given on comments, but they were the ones who chose those comments.
That's great, because that means that they believe in it too, and they know the standards. And so I just wanted to use that. This is an opportunity to say that even though it was pass fail, that was more meaningful to me than a number. Thank you.
That's great feedback, Dave, because about 6 years ago, we had Nicole Vagel come from Solution Tree, and she said, when you put a number on it, you kill it. Yep. So you need to give the feedback. So thank you for reinforcing that tonight.
You bet.
Mr. DeJarm.
Well, I want to wish Becca well. I'm not going to say good luck, because I have a feeling wherever you go, you're going to blaze the trail. So thank you for your input and do well. Tom, I appreciate you answering all the questions I ever had. I'm going to miss that. I hope that Miss Geithner, you leave the answers with Miss Geithner, because I'm going to be looking for guidance.
She will do fine.
Good luck. That's it.
So let's see. I got a couple of things. One, I just want to reinforce my appreciation to the voters that worked to get their ballots back, that took the time to vote and get their ballots back to the district. Appreciate that very much. My congratulations to my colleagues that were successful. I'm grateful that the district has a budget. I'm grateful for graduation. I watched. It was wonderful. There were just so many things that I enjoyed, but the smile, was not missing. And to me, that was the most important part, was to see the smiles and joy that I've come to expect at graduation. Everything else to me is secondary. Mr. Greer, you're last on my list, but not least. I had to hang on here for a moment. This is very hard. I told you that your last meeting was not going to go well for me. I was here in the beginning to approve your hire. And I want to say, for the benefit of everyone, you came into this district with the job description. We had never had your position before. You are the trailblazer. We gave you a job description as a district, and we turned you loose, and you built a human resource department, or whatever, however you want to call it. But you brought to us consistency. You brought to us understanding. You were always thoughtful in your conversations with the board to make certain that we understood all sides of the debate. You represented us with dignity and grace at all times. You were always respectful to everyone. I have never not known you to be anything but. I am so grateful for that. As an aside, I would agree with Mrs. Lyons. You brought to us also a wonderful family to our Fulton community, and they've been such a great asset. And I have to say that publicly. I hope if your wife is not watching, that you tell her to just come watch the very end. She has been such a great contributor also to the district, as have your children. And for that, I can't even tell you, that was so unexpected when we hired you all those years ago, I have to say. So you just brought so many things, and I am grateful to the person that found you and brought you to us. And I'm really, really grateful that you decided to come here and join the Fulton team. You have helped elevate us. You've set the bar high. You've made me better. You've made me a better board member. You've made me a better thinker. So thank you. I will miss you very much. Have a wonderful retirement.
Thank you, Robin. Appreciate it.
Boy, that was hard. I apologize. But tell Beth to watch. All right. So that brings us to item 8.02.
Move it.
Second.
Any discussion? Mrs. Perry, I am a yes.
Mrs. Albagore,
Yes.
Mrs. Cooper,
Yes.
Mrs. Lyons,
Yes.
Mr. DeJalorme,
Yes.
Mr. Crandall,
Yes.
and Mr. Cordone.
I think we lost him.
Yeah, I don't see him.
Okay, so let's take a 5-minute break, and we're going to come back and take care of the rest of our business. I thank those of you that are watching. Hope you join us again in the future. We always like having folks come and find out about our district. So I'll see y'all in 5 minutes.
Okay.
8.03 to
Move
adjourn.
that.
Second.
Yes, all in favor.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. All in
All
favor.
in favor.
All righty. Thank you, everybody. I'd say drive safe, but I guess it's walk safe to whatever you're doing next. I'm the only one driving.
I've been waiting for Robin to give the instruction as to the emergency exits.
Oh, God. You have to submit a map of your house first.
Right.
I don't have to do that. That's so nice.
Oh, God.
It was a long night, but we accomplished a lot of good work, I think. So thank you all. Enjoy your time off.
Thank
All
you.
right. Good night, everybody.
Good
All
night.
right.